Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still starts on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slog. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toil. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 holes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Mass at 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pines. Oh, yeah. Forest at our shoulders, fields at our feet. 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cut.
morning, everybody. Let's see if we can get still some things done here before we start doing some other things. Är det bra det?
Det är lite underdom med det.
Det syr där lite hit. Ja. Man kan se som komma tillbaka om det är något så att det står rakt. See, where do I put this? Where do we put this? Maybe we put this one here. Cable long enough. Probably is good. Test cable length. Should be good. No, it should be good. This should be good. It's the heading is the term I need to drive, but it's 36. That's working. So I think it's working.
Yeah.
Field is right, and the tractor. It was the tractor selected here. Implement I switched. Tractor is tractor. Was it the settings somewhere? Where this is something that it's at record. What's that? There's some new things.
Det kameran on näin.
Ah, yeah.
Backup camera.
That's record, and yeah, that should be on off, and then it's pretty similar. It's changed a
Har
little bit.
du det där harvon? Det är som
Yeah,
implement.
it's overview here. That's there.
Det är 4,4
And then tractor is tractor. Wherever that was. It was in the settings. Original settings. Not vehicle calibration. Yeah, it's a tractor now. That's the most important. Otherwise, it's gonna steer like crazy.
Det här som har det där ja.
Yep.
Should be good. Man härifrån det där. Nej men där är det nog så många
sidor. Jag måste köra lite framåt. Det är härliga där. Man måste köra framåt. Jag kör lite. Jag måste lite driva först.
Där ser man nog, ja. Ja, det där, den är rätt stölig också nu. Ja.
Should be working. Then once I drive, it should stop complaining about that one. Drive forward.
Ja, se kiilee lite määrä ypyliitä, mitä blåser i varandra.
Ja, man behöver inte ha på fläktnäs på morgonen.
Det är ju inte för hejt, nej.
No.
Men så det där limma och den är di och det där.
Det kan man sen senare då.
Vad den di där?
Die under.
Den där är limma, sen fastnäkar man limmaa vetäs.
It's not in the way. And then this one you switch from here this year, and it switches from here.
Det där etukuorman sen bak.
I can because I want to lift that up first.
Det är etukuorman sen det är fram och bak liksom. Där är etukuorman. Så är det upp och ner där sen de vingarna och vankarna så liksom. Men ja, där har vi.
Jag kan lyfta upp så kan du ta de vingarna loss i safetyn så behöver inte de åka göra.
Ja.
Let's fire up. And we can unlock some things before we go to the field. Actually, then I don't need to jump out. See how much fuel we got. We might need to refuel. See if it starts. It was pretty cold overnight still.
Ja. Där man kan hehkuttaa så.
No. Barely starts. Oh, this was restarted also. Now we need to do this first, then we can do this. Or can we? Of course this doesn't work. Then we need to do this classic thing. It was the one that was marked, that one. Lift arms came up. No, it's not lofty. Now this is not locking back. Now it's in the right place. Then this should work. Then we can do this. Yep. Then we switch there. Then we should be able to. Safety is off already. You should take those off once you're at the field, but when John is here we can do it right now, then it should be faster for me at the field. And we got enough fuel. Now we should be able to roll. We should have everything. I should have everything I need here. Glasses, drinks. Should have most of the things we need. My seat is way too far back. John has been driving. tell me it's starting to lag already. Internet, please. Hold up. There goes the geese. Forget it, we can put 4-wheel drive on also. Now John has arrived here also. Then we should be able to do this. Flip the wings down. Seems pretty dry from what I can see right here at least. Let's see the boundaries though here, let's see. Boundary, oh yeah, no doubt. No. Do we not have any boundaries? Do we have to do all the boundaries? There was an update for this thing, so there should be. Oh yeah, nothing is nothing now. Going on here. Oh, there's the field. Why can't I do anything else here? What if we do this? Oh yeah. Now I got the boundary, I believe. Ah, there's the boundary. There we go. Now we should be able to put that on. And we'll probably do one manual around the edge first. That. That's good. adjust. Also these. Something like that. I think they have been about somewhere there maybe. And we'll see what kind of result we can do here. Am I straight? We're gonna be doing some straight lines here pretty soon. Just do one pass around the field first. One pass around the edges. Slightly more aggressive in the beginning here. Once we go around the edges first once, then we can do back and forth with the auto steer, then it's gonna be, you can probably go a little faster. We can check also that the result we're doing is pretty good. Seems okay. Maybe it's not going super deep, but it doesn't need to go super deep in the ground. jumping a bit. Jumping might be okay in corners. cat. It's a black cat, but it's, thank God, not running over the road. Otherwise we might be screwed. bouncy always first pass. John is filming. Doesn't tell me how much air I've done. I got the record on, but it shows speed, but it doesn't show air for some reason. Maybe I need to change something. Maybe it says in the overview or somewhere. As long as we can get an AB line, it doesn't really matter that much. Can't see the area, we're gonna harrow until the field is done. A little bit more of the rough stuff here before we speed up, I guess. Go between the rocks here a little bit. outside and see what it's doing a little bit here before we start to do more stuff. Leave you guys here for a bit. Men det är nog bara det med få AB som inte är något.
Ja, det visar bara samma sak.
Ja, det är borde. Men det är speedet om man börjar se på den man vet, där kan få sidan av på den här marken.
Där visar
annars tar man inte. Ja, det tar man. Det är så speedet då. Men det är nog bra att det med få AB utan bara vankers. Så tar man.
Det gör det omstått där med det
här. Det var det har bytt lite, ja. Men nu tar man och drar det här. Seems to be pretty good, so now we can just bang on more here. It's still cold outside. It's gonna be the last few days where it's cold, and it's gonna be really warm in a couple of days. Yeah, now we should be good and start an A line. We can do A here. We'll drive a little bit. Say we drop B there. Then we should have auto steer. And we can do throttle here, so we don't need to keep the don't need to keep your foot on the throttle. Now we're just driving, fine adjusting and turning. Turning at the headlights, you can see that we adjust the scrapers here in the front so they scrape a little bit but not too much. It seems pretty good right now. But yeah, previously it said the area up here somewhere. Now it just says speed, and if you want to check area you have to go to menu or somewhere. That's odd. It's changed. Maybe you can adjust it somewhere or something. It said up here, it said the area. Would be kind of nice to know, but I guess we can see outside and it doesn't really matter too much with the harrowing here. You can just watch outside. Camera probably needs to come even more now. Sometimes it points up in the air too much. Then we can shut off. Slow down. Pick up another line somewhere here. Birds have arrived. Didn't take them long again. Also be able to disengage by holding wheel, but that beep is louder than last year, I think. Adjust that so it's not as loud. Doesn't need to be super loud. You kind of can see when the auto steer is on or not. Yeah, here we officially go now with spring field work. I guess the plowing was spring field work too, but now we're just making a good seed bed, and then John can start putting some seed in the ground. You could also adjust how much force you need to apply to kind of disengage the other steer. Could make that smaller, or we could also just tap the button there to disengage. Rough Riders. Beep, beep. Beep is loud. I don't know if I'm trying to go into some settings and see if we can't minimize sound. last little corner you can pretty much do without auto steer. You need to turn around all the time. For the majority of the field, auto steer will be good. You can kind of just chill and see that everything is more or less working. Second pass we can go faster when it's already like more flat. First Seagull, second Steven Seagull. Steven Seagulls are arriving. Like thousands of small birds over there. Don't even know what kind of bird that is. That's a lot of birds, that's for sure. A lot of like small birds. Yeah. Or are those geese? Nah, it's just geese. Looked smaller from a distance, but it's just our friend, some sort of geese, I think. Now this corner is kind of done. Then we can do full length passes pretty much. We're staying pretty clean. Not pulling too big of a pile ahead. It can pull a little bit, but not too much. Yeah, I've seen those kind of birds and all kinds of birds. A lot of geese. All kinds of birds. Ravens, I don't know what these black guys are, ravens or something, and then seagulls and a lot of like small birds and swans and a couple of cranes probably. I try to watch out for bird nest, yes, if possible, but it's the tricky part is the nests, they look exactly the same as the ground. I can try to avoid them, but it's really hard to see them. Sometimes I've left a little bit when I've seen like a nest, but it's sometimes very hard to see them. It's almost when you see the birds, like there's one. If they're like, sometimes you can see from the bird kind of where the nest is, but sometimes they also try to confuse you and then you don't know where the nest is. But yeah, for sure, if I see a nest, then I can leave a little bit like untouched around it. But yeah, the eggs, I think the eggs themselves are like gray, which is pretty much the worst color on a gray field. If the eggs would be like yellow or something, then you could see it better. At least there seems to be worms in the ground. Birds are getting the easy food again. Swooping in after the harrow. What's this trucker doing with the emergency blinkers on? Why does he have those on a normal road? Interesting. It's just a log truck, I think. Yeah. Why does he have the emergency things on? This summer we will be putting down a lot of oats. Last year we had oats and wheat and peas, but this year it will be oats everywhere. Gonna be an oat farmer this summer, or oats farmer. Oats, kauraa, havre, everywhere. Except like a couple of fields are on grass, but all the other fields are gonna be oats. Oats, oats, oats. Organic oats also. Two different varieties, but yeah, two different varieties of organic oats. 50% Jackie oats and 50% Iris oats. but when I take a little break soon, we can try to do the beeping from the auto steer, try to make it so it's a little bit less loud. It only needs like a little beep, it doesn't need to be like this. A little bit on the loud side, I would say. I can hear with less volume. Also, it's time for Sima, which means I think this is like some sort of, it's like mead in English, something like that. Usually something we drink here around 1st of May, which is pretty soon. Yeah. Let the pressure out so we don't get mead everywhere. Yeah, a lot of harrowing today. We got this field to do and probably lunch break or something. And then we got the big field to do hopefully today, so full day today. Neighbors are also out in force today. Everybody's continuing with the spring works. I mean, it's gonna be kind of spread out this year again. Some people seeded like a couple of weeks ago already. Then it became really cold now. Then there was kind of like a break. And now everybody's continuing. So it's gonna be kind of spread out over probably spread out over like a month almost, which isn't really anything like super out of the ordinary. Sometimes if it gets really hot enough, like very fast, then everybody's out at the same time, but if it's slightly cooler, then there's always the, should I wait for a little bit warmer weather or should we start now, or when is the rain coming? Always more to think about, I guess, or more options. But now I think it looks pretty good. You can see there's still good moisture in the field. It's not too dry, but it's not too wet either, I think. When it's basically not sticking any, it's sticking a little bit to the wheels there, but not pretty much nothing. Then it's usually a pretty good time. It's nice, and it's not, sometimes when it's the weather gets super hot, yeah, as I said, then they're kind of in a rush, and then it's not so good. Then it's either too dry or then it dries up too fast when you're doing things. Now it's kind of, today it's really cold still, but in a couple of days it's gonna be 20 degrees. So then it's gonna be full t-shirt weather. It's gonna change, the weather's gonna change very fast here in the next couple of days. But usually over here it's almost never too cold summer. There's pretty much always enough heat. It's always the lack of rain is the big problem. So as a farmer, I'm kind of hoping for a quite rainy and not so hot summer. That would be the dream. Usually it's too dry. That's the problem usually. the last really rainy summer was like 2018 or something, so it's like 8 years ago where we had like a rainy summer. A similar summer to that would be great, and then a dry fall. You can always hope for good weather and then be ready when it's like terribly hot and dry. Back on the line. I don't know if you can see this screen very well, but when I drive like this, I'm not holding the steering wheel. Tractor is trying to stay on this like line I have here. Might not, I don't know if you can see this at all, but I just need to turn around at the ends, and then the tractor does the steering when we go like straight. Follows a line, or follows lines. Yeah, if you do like a long day, then it's easier when you only need to focus at the ends. In the middle you can just let it go. Just see that there's no like somebody running underneath the tractor or something. see that everybody's just working. You can even get it to turn around automatically at the ends, but it costs extra money, so I don't have that. I don't have that thing. But it's as long as we can get the straight lines, it's already much better. More, then we can take a little break. Then we're probably close to halfway on this field. Soonish. What do I think? People who are running on the field. There's usually not people running in the fields here. Thank God. We don't have that many crazy people here running in the fields, but it's not good. Yeah, of course, if you run in the crop, if you see that something is growing, then you should not really run there. If you have to go somewhere, then at least go at the edge of the field where there is like nothing growing. Like if you walk at the side of the field where there is like close to the ditch, then you can usually see what's growing, and then there's just weeds on the side. Then you can walk on the side of the field. But yeah, luckily that's not usually an issue here. We don't have random people running in the fields too much, which is good. Be working pretty well back here. Sometimes you get like there's a lot of like weed roots and it can start to plug up here, but seems good for now at least. Yeah, thank God the people that live around here, they're usually wise enough to not go in the field and walk on the crops, thank God. we get to this end of the field here, we can take a break, go outside and check that everything is good on the outside. Drive it close to the edge, then lift the thing up, then we can see if there's, or I can see if there's any weeds stuck. Seems pretty clean though. But yeah, I'll take a little break here. Okay, you also have a good day. Then we can see from here, I think we can see if, it's weird that it doesn't say the area here, but here we can see that we have done 2.38 hectares, so this field is like 5, so pretty much done half the field now. It's weird, it could show it right here. I don't wonder if you need to change something. I can see speed there, but it doesn't say here anywhere how much you have done. But yeah, that's fine. Time for a little break. I'll leave the camera here because I could take camera with me, but then I did need to take this whole thing, so we'll leave this here for now. I'll be right back. See if we can put you guys here. Stay. More SEMA. No horseshoes found. Sometimes there can be a horseshoe stuck in the harrow there. Let's get you guys untangled here. Some sort of entanglement situation going on here. What's going on here? Why is this guy like this? All twisted up. What is going on here? Okay, I'm gonna unplug the camera here for a bit to get this sorted because it somehow tangled itself. Yeah, we could see the settings. Can you adjust the sound somewhere? Sustain, alert maybe, speed alert, headset alarm, system volume, custom volume. Yeah, alarm volume. Let's take this down a lot. Save. Now it should not be as loud. I'll try here. That's a lot better. It's kind of loud still, but yeah, now the stream is working again. Let's continue. Hello there, Anonymous. This is too fast. Will be 2 pounds. This speed is pretty good. We're going like 6 kilometers per hour. I think it's pretty good for the first pass. And tomorrow when we do the second pass here, we're gonna probably go like 8 kilometers or maybe even faster, because it will be much smoother by then. First pass, it's always, you can see it's a little bit uneven, so if you try to go fast over this, you're just bouncing around like crazy. This is much smoother here when we've done one pass. John is in the chat. Juha Mieto is in the chat. We have one of the most legendary Finnish skiers in the chat. That's crazy. Gotta eat a lot of manny. I think the Mieto skier guy, he's a big fan of mammy. Yeah, eat many boxes of that per day. Sun is starting to come out. The sun comes out, it's immediately gonna be a lot warmer today. They actually said it was gonna be like 100% sunny today, so maybe these clouds will go away. GPS now showing any info. Over here it only shows speed, but when I took a break there I checked and it says like 2.4 hectares. So that's probably right. You just can't see it on the main screen here, which is kind of weird. I think before the update I think it said somewhere here too. Maybe you can adjust it or something. That would be nice to get it to show on the main screen here. Thanks update for changing everything. Classic, yeah. Get software update and then it messes up everything. Or changes the places of some things and then you're kind of confused when you try to find some things again. I wish they would had like some, when the update comes, I wish they had some sort of like change log. Like this changed and this changed. Maybe you can find it online somewhere. Then you could see like, okay, what did they change? Then it would be much easier to now. You kind of just have to test it and figure out, see what has changed. This auto steer, we only use it like in the summer. We don't use it in the winter at all. So now it's kind of everything is new again after the winter, after the newest update. Manual, yeah, but just if they just would like a change log that this changed, then it would be easy. Like when there's an update on the Android phone or something, there's always like, or not always, but at least on a computer or some things, it's like, okay, this changed in this update, and then there's like a list of things. That would be very useful for the auto steer also. There's the one bird that can have a nest here, but now the bird is trying to lead me away from the nest. If it would be sitting in the nest, then I could actually see it. But I'm sure the nest is not here now. No, the bird is there, but the nest is not there. The bird is too smart for its own good. If it would be just a dumb bird and sit in the nest, then I could see the nest, avoid the nest. Now it's like, let me confuse this guy so he does not know where the nest is. Dumb bird would be better now. Here so we don't hit the rock. Just missing the rock. There's a few icebergs on this field. that you do not want to hit with the tractor or with the harrow. Watch out for the icebergs. And the order steer does not know about the rocks. The order steer will just keep going, even if there's a rock it would just drive straight over. How many acres? We got fields, we have like 36 hectares, which would be, I think that's like 80 or 90 acres. So not too much. We're a pretty small farm. Birds are liking it for sure. The water temp gauge rising. Yeah, the water temp, it's always like this tractor, it usually goes up and then it goes down when you can hear the fan engages. I think there's like I think this has like an active fan where it's like it's not always on, it lets it warm up, and then when it hits a certain level then it starts cooling, because then it goes down. But it's for sure it's moving. Now it's like at 1/4, but it's sometimes a little bit higher, a little bit lower. But I think it's moving at least, so it's something is working at least. But it's pretty cold weather now, so it's gonna run colder than normal. I think it's so cold weather today still. In a couple of days when it's plus 20, then it's gonna probably do a little bit more work. Yeah, moisture is good. We'll when we put the seeds in the ground, it will be pretty good conditions. Like there's enough moisture that everything should start to grow. But then the dream, of course, always is after we have all the seeds in the ground, and it would be nice to get rain. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully next week some rain. If we get all the seeds in the ground this week, then next week would be good with rain. Yeah, then the dream would be like maybe 20 millimeters of rain every week. Once a week, a nice big rain. That would be perfect. One more pass here, then we can do the little corner there, then it's shorter passes, and then other side here. John chilling in international bath waters. Chilling in cold water. Chilling in some kind of water. corner is pretty much done. Which one of the seagulls is Steven Seagull? That guy? That guy? That guy's chilling, sitting down, so that must be Steven Seagull. There's geese on the other field. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit dusty already. Yep, some free bird crap on the fields. I mean, it's gonna help a little bit. Not much, but maybe a little bit. Yeah. Sometimes if they're all like this, like a big flock, then if they walk over a road, then the road is like there's crap everywhere. They could rather keep it in the field. In the road, it doesn't do any help. Oh, the crap down the road. markings are in the front. They should be like same everywhere. Just scrape the surface just a little bit at corners maybe. Now it's pretty much the same. So it smooths out in the beginning a little bit, and then everything the rest is just raking, fluffing up the dirt, breaking chunks, making a good seed bed. It's 11:30. Probably do this field and then take lunch break and then do the big field. Ton of geese over there now. Maybe they got a little bit scared when we're driving on this field, but they're usually not super scared. When you walk, you can get right up to them, like maybe 30-40 meters away before they fly away. little flock here of the geese. Most of them are over there. Well, there's the nest. That guy's sitting still there, you can see there's the nest. That's a smart bird. Now we can probably avoid those eggs. I saw them there now, so when we go back, hopefully we can. They're gonna leave a little bit, a little mini patch untouched. Smart bird. If they would always do that, then it would be easy. So when we come next pass here, then we need to try to remember to dodge a little bit. It's right there somewhere. If I remember it then. Yeah, right there. Maybe you can't see it, like right there the eggs are there. When I come here I can do a little, just leave a 1 square meter untouched there. And then if I remember it the second time, and then if John remembers it when he puts a seed in the ground, then the eggs might survive. So it's gonna survive 3 times there. If they would only lay the eggs like 1 week later, then it would be after we put the seed in the ground. Then we're not touching the fields for like, I guess 2-3 weeks. Or this field we're not touching at all actually. So once the seed are in the ground, then it will be untouched until harvest. Then the eggs would have time to hatch and everything would be nice. But it's usually that they lay the eggs before you're out in the fields. Oh, cat is coming to check the things out. How are you doing, cat? Black cat. It's hiding in the bushes. Sneaky cat. Big black cat. Hello, big black cat. Now here somewhere we should try to dodge the eggs if I can remember. They were here somewhere. Very hard to see, but where was it? Yeah, there it is. And you can try to remember for the second pass also. Just leave like a little bit, a very little bit untouched around them. Maybe it's now when I left it once, maybe it's like visible, so the second pass, and when John sees, he can see it right up to it, lift over, and then yeah, we'll try, but it's, as you can see, it's very hard to see them, impossible basically. Without the bird sitting there still, I would not have spotted that. It's like 100% shot. also some toy or something there in the field. Whatever that is. See, this was fall plowed, the other field was spring plowed a week ago. We'll see how that, it's probably gonna be a little bit more chunky there, but we will find out soon. Testing if emote works. Kappa emote is working. Kappa guy. Rare Doge is not, for me, it's not showing anything. But it could be just my phone. Doesn't support all the emotes maybe. MC Miata. It's not showing. It's showing the text version for me, but that only means my phone doesn't want to show it. I think I have most of the like emote thingies enabled. But I guess it still depends on what you have enabled in the phone or something. Not an expert on that though. Frog face is working. Pepe frog. Maybe it's the standard emotes that work for sure. The shadows from all the geese. Crazy. Server isn't updated with the modes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I need to change some settings or something. Don't know. At least I get the text versions here. Edge. ADGE. Samsung emotes also work. Think. Yeah, the thinking emote or thought bubble is working, it seems. Yeah, now we don't have much left here, probably a hectare under. So it's gonna be a pretty good place to take a lunch break. Today it's so much that I don't want to do everything here. We're gonna go back to the farm and I'll take a lunch break and then we'll come back and do the big field. The big field is, if this takes like over 2 hours, maybe 2.5, then the big field is gonna take like 5 hours. So need a lunch break in between. number 1 on. As soon as the sun comes out, it warms out. I don't need the jacket in the afternoon. We can just do long sleeve shirt. Maybe even go down to t-shirt almost. I'm gonna take a hike in the afternoon. Yeah, John can take a hike because I got a full day of work here, and then tomorrow I'll do this second pass, which will be faster, and then maybe tomorrow we can start seeding, or tomorrow or on Friday we'll start seeding. Putting some seeds in the fields. But today, yeah, it's gonna be a bunch of this today. Tomorrow I also need to take the bucket on the front, and I can move. There's probably gonna be some rocks again here in the one place, and we can collect some small rocks, clean up the field a bit. Here I see at least a couple of bigger ones. There shouldn't be, I would guess, every year I remove from that small area, there shouldn't be more, because yeah, all those rocks came from when they had, once in a time they had like a little field road here. Then they dumped some rocks there, but there shouldn't be a limitless supply. There should only be so many as they put in there. Like right here is like a old road. Every year there is less rocks. It's not like we don't have really rocks in the soil here. It's more like there are some rocks, then they have been brought here for some reason. Not really, luckily not too many rocks in the soil. Mostly like this where there is literally no rocks. couple of big ones. There's one like a head almost. That's a couple of big ones there. Those we want to kind of remove, I think. Small pebbles don't really matter, but big ones we can remove. Few short passes here, then a couple there, and then this field is pretty much done for the first time. We'll do on the other side, there's a couple of rocks where it's really narrow, so we can flip up the wings of the harrow, make it narrower, and then just go between the rocks. Finish that kind of up. And the second pass we don't even need to, I can go 2 times between the rocks then. We don't even need to go between the rocks the second time. some rocks here, yeah, but it's not too bad. Less and less every year. There's a couple in the middle there, almost the most there. You can let them dry up until tomorrow and then pick them up when I get the bucket on the tractor. All the fist size and bigger we can try to collect. Couple of passes here. There you can see geese. They're not scared. Bunch of geese. here when you've done one pass and you can go a lot faster. Doesn't bounce around at all. Even if you're going faster. See if we can go this speed here, probably gonna be slightly bouncy maybe. See on the other field how bouncy that one is. Should be like 7 kilometers per hour. Well, maybe it's not that much bounce. More bounce. Could try this maybe on the other field. If we get a really good plowing result, then it could be not too bouncy with this speed. Do this, see if we left some geese here. But yeah, we're doing pretty good here. We started the actual spring works, I guess you could call them. Making a good place for the seed. Do a little bit between the rocks in the other end, and then this field is done for the first pass. Cold. Yeah, it's like the last cold day. After today it's gonna be all summer temps. 15 to 20 pretty much all days after today. Today is the last last cooler day. All the way out to the corner, and then we'll flip it up. Then we can lift up, then we should be able to flip up the sides. There's like a branch stuck there, I see also. Throw that to the side. Then we could do a little bit of harrowing like this with the narrow harrow. Between there's a few places where I can only fit like this with the narrow harrow. Narrow harrow, yes. Summer is approaching, yeah, it's pretty much tomorrow or the day after that it will be summer weather at least. Hot as hell, yes. In no time you will hear me complain about it being too warm. As soon as it's over 20, then it's like too hot, too hot. Will this field be available for use this time? Well, as you can see, the field is available for use. Don't know what it looks like, but seems pretty available to me. Yep, then soon John can start swimming again. Gonna take a little bit of time before the water warms up, but I guess not too long. Rocks and stumps rise not that much on this field. The only rocks that are the iceberg rocks. They won't really move if you hit them. I guess you can find a small rock here or there, but generally not too many small rocks around. Yeah, I would say moisture is pretty good. You can see here, as soon as the sun shines a little bit, the surface is dry, so probably pretty good. Now we're pretty much done here also. I think it's as good as we're gonna get it now. So I guess I should try to smooth that out. That's like a big pile right there. Stick the firewood moisture analyzer in the soil. Yeah, you could try. I mean, it's not meant for soil, so I don't know what it's gonna do, but could always try. It's not gonna break anything, so you could definitely try it. Alright, now we're officially done with this field for the first pass. Now it's lunch break. Stop record. Then we can also stop the task. Confirm exit task, yes. Then we'll just do another task later. And then 4-wheel drive off. We took it off. Then we'll head out. leave the tractor here. And then we will take lunch break. Lunch break for a little bit. I should actually, one thing I could test. Put you guys somewhere where you're in the shade. Where the camera stays upright. Could be tricky to find. It's kind of a weird spot, but gotta find somewhere to put you so you can stay upright. If you hang you here. This is with the head mount. There's no good place other than the head to put the camera. How much? We got 64% here. Let's see, can we charge this battery with another battery? I haven't tried if that even works for this battery. Otherwise it might not even be enough battery for the whole day. I could switch to the other battery maybe, but I haven't tried if this battery supports the charging while using. Yeah, it's snow dunes. It's the exact same principle.
Yeah.
Wind blows sand or wind blows snow, then you get all kinds of
the sand dunes look pretty similar. Yeah.
all kinds of formations. Yeah. It's just on that side, but it won't slide down. There's too much friction. No, it's not moving. No! Got it. Good that I tried. Can you? I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna try to gun it. Oh boy! That was too rough. I don't think my chat. I don't think my. Oh, I can't get the wedge in there anymore. There it goes. A little bit more. That's good. Down and just, whoa! We got hit with the snow, boys. He's okay. Window's not broken. Of course it comes down now when I'm here underneath. Oh man. Okay. I'm falling, but not falling. Oh no, please don't be stuck. Shit. I have to reload, I think. I don't think I can get out of here. This would be a good clip, I think. Oh no! Well, that ended it at least. His car had some car issues. Well, that's not good. Let's check the damage. That wasn't very good. Let's see what the camera is doing. We did cross our skis, I think. Today's finds. That's always nice. See, when you try some different things, then you'll see that does it work or does it not work, and things like that is pretty. It's always different. Every year is always, the weather is always a little different. Watch out! Oh shit! That was pretty close. A little bit deeper. Oh boy, it's gonna get dusty. Let's go on this side. Whoa! I'm gonna fall off. There, we're riding now. I think I see the straws moving. It's gonna come out there now. There it goes. There it is. There it is again. Did you see it this time? There it goes. Right there. Mexico. For real, not just a random Mexico guess. But where? Pretty dry. Boy, Cat is coming for you guys. Cat is coming for the camera. Cat is wondering what the camera is doing. Cat is sniffing the camera. Cat is going over the camera. Do not sit on the camera, Cat. Let's put the camera like this now. Boy.
Aim for the driver!
I am aiming. The driver is dead. Driver is out of the vehicle. Driver is out of the vehicle. But I guess if you can farm all year round, then it's a little bit different. I don't hear any weird sounds. Just driving. How it's going. I should make like some sort of emote that we could like spamming chat or even make so there would be like a bear running across the video feed. It would be kind of funny. There's usually people always asking that, yeah, aren't you scared of the bears in the woods? I mean, there are bears here, but I think when we're talking like this and having some noise, I think the bears generally run away and don't attack humans. I mean, if you have a bear, a mama bear and a cub, and then you get between. This one actually, I haven't even mounted it to the table. It's actually just on the table. But it's stable enough. I want to remove it when I'm gonna do some nailing here or screwing soon. Then it's nice to get it out. Tuffeled barn. Now it's going! Now it's down! What was that sound? Did you hear that? Was it from here? Crazy all the... Oh, I can't get the wedge in there anymore. There it goes. It's lit up already. There we go. That was pretty loud. I got it. Speed is the key here. If we gotta keep it straight. Yep, there we go. Where's my weeder thing? Oh, there it is, and there's a goddamn snake. You effing snake. The snake is actually on top of my tool. And I believe this one is... Yeah, it's really hard to tell. I think it is. It's really like dark black. And then you can obviously sharpen this with a file. I sharpen this usually every second fuel tank. I'm gonna clean the blueberries, these. I can see it. Found it. Not where it's supposed to be. But yeah, it broke right there. Bunch of snow here on the roof. Not so much on the fields. Maybe 25 centimeters on the fields. Whoa, 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 whoa! Did you see that, guys? We had our mini avalanche. It came all down from that roof. Let's cut some of these long ones. Oh, we got some branch went through the wheel. Time for a break. I have maybe a breakdown. Think we got... Hey, dude, stop. Think we got some issues. Slight issues. Wheel still spinning, but... Let's check here. Well, that broke off. Damn branches. Well, we'll flimsy bike. We'll have to. It'll work like that. That'll work. Preheating. Here comes the sun. It's from Norway, just like Yara today. I don't know if Yara previously was Norsk Hydro. But yeah, old fertilizer bag. Maybe I have to look it up online, see if it's the same company still, or maybe it was a different company. Oh yeah, maybe did I remove it, or maybe it was a pic for Discord. That would definitely be a good picture for Discord. Ja.
Det är just där liksom. Det är lite så grovare nog så här, men inte kommer det nog att passa där. Se här och det är nog sådär. Ganska löst och torrt.
Skulle nog bli torrt helt OK.
Ja, nu börjar det nog sen när det blir varmare. Så när det är så här väder varmare så börjar det torka sen ännu mer. Så det är bra att få det nu när det är fuktiga grov.
See if I can get this other phone.
Slammar det med samma ser på båten det där frön så.
Ja.
Så skulle det bli grov.
Both internets. Bara en kamera står så lite längre. Det tar man bra nog det här hemnätet.
Nu var det uploaden väl, ja, vad du nu hade snoppat, men nu
så
är det nog att bjöd i det stream
liksom. I alla fall, det här änden är helt solid nu. Det som jumittaa on jumittaa, det är det där nätet. Om på den solid, så det här änden är inte nästan.
Ja, ny motor som kan hjälpa det jumittaa med.
Ja, man måste se om man skulle göra.
Lite som när man lägger antenn och det där anafas så ändrar något till, men inte den gick bättre än dåligare.
Ja. But yeah, we're back. Let's go back to the field or the other field and continue. Got this. See that this doesn't have too much pressure. You can build a little pressure when it's. This is like shaking around all the way at time when you drive the tractor. I can't really leave it. I don't have anywhere I can put it like this, and I could leave it a little bit unscrewed, but kind of have to close it when I put it here so it doesn't slosh out everywhere. But yeah, John is gonna go here, so we need to get out of the way with the tractor. enough. We should have enough fuel for the afternoon here. I don't think we need to refuel yet. Back to the fields we go. 4-wheel drive on so we don't forget that. Probably drive not over these rocks so they're easier to pick up tomorrow. Here's a bunch of big ones. That bump is still a little bit. We could try to pull a little bit to harrow there to make it a little bit more smooth to arrive to the field. Fill that in a bit. To go and unlock the safety things, safety pins. Wings need to go out so we can fly. Also that on before I forget. Oh, there was a little branch there. Well, it will rip itself out at some point. Good, then we got the 4-wheel drive. It's recording here and it should be good to go. Smooth out the roughest headlands first a little bit before we go back and forth. Now there's a little water there when it rained a little bit. Still pretty pretty dry, I would say. Here in this corner, John was here with the back blade and pushed a bunch of dirt back there. Now this is a lot better than before. Because when you always start from the corner and pull out, it's gonna eventually form like a big dip. Now it looks way better from here already. Much, much better. There was a big hole in the corner. Now there's no hole in the corner. This is way better now. You have to do this kind of on the corners once in a while. And you always kind of start from the corner to pull, then it's gonna kind of remove all the dirt from there. Then you need to push it back sometimes. But yeah, now these corners, now there might actually grow something in the corner. This is even better plowed. We might be able to go a little faster here. Even if we go slightly diagonally, I think we plowed this so well that we might be able to go a little faster actually. As long as it's not bouncy, then we can go faster. Go around the edge first once and do the rough parts. usual when you go the first time around there can always be some grassy big bits that get caught, so you need to look back a little bit more than usual. When you do the main part of the field, then there's usually not any big grass lumps or anything. There's more of these birds. Hopefully they have their nest right there where the bird is. Not gonna touch that. As long as we can go this way. Fan can be on 1 and we can almost put the fan on AC almost. As soon as it's the sun is out, it's a lot warmer immediately. tree starting to grow there, pine. That's not a good place for a pine tree. Probably go this way with the first pass, I guess. Line creation A. We'll drive like this, just a slight angle. Don't need a mega angle. B. Okay. See how the teams are adjusted quite well. It's kind of crunching a little bit in the beginning, not that much down. It's probably pretty good. And this seems pretty smooth. We could maybe try one gear faster even. Plow this in the spring, it seems to be pretty even. Even Steven. But it's the surface it's pretty chunky even behind, but we can go outside and see, as long as the bottom where the seeds go, as long as there's some fine material there, it's kind of fine. If they're at the surface, if surface looks chunky, then it's kind of fine. Might not look as nice as the other field, but shouldn't be a big problem. I'm gonna roll the fields also this year, so that's gonna help with crushing the lumps if there's some left. Otherwise, I think we got pretty well adjusted now. Might try to go one gear faster. This is like smoother than the other field. I think we plowed this better than the other field. Or the plow was in even better adjustments. It's not bouncy at all. Only if we go like 90 degree over like this, but that's the exception. Most of the time we'll be going like at an angle. And try this speed. Seems fine. Seems not bouncy at all. Might break a little bit more chunks if we have a little bit more speed. And if anywhere it's gonna be bouncy, it's here is like we can do this corner first. This is like the most clay part of this field. The rest of the field is even like better dirt and I think a little bit less chunks maybe. there's some dust even. Dusty dust. Maybe camera can be slightly higher now when I don't have my hat underneath anymore. Might have changed the angles a bit. Do this little corner here first. even a big rock there. Wrap this corner up here, then we can do longer passes. Then it's easy stuff. With auto steer, I guess everything is not that hard, but then we can chill, harrow and chill. Back there. Maybe go to the end and I can rip that branch off and throw it to the side. Must be some branch that has blown in from somewhere. Not too many trees out in the field. Stop here a little bit, then I can take a look-see and clean the teeth a bit. It actually dropped it. Yeah, I'm gonna throw it to the side because otherwise when I drive next time over it's gonna pick it up again. Pick up the damn branches. is some fine dirt. It's quite chunky at the surface, but it was last year also, and it's pretty good then in the end. And if anything, then this area here is the worst of this field. This right here is the most clayey, most chunky part. So if it's okay there, then it's gonna be okay in a lot of other places. It starts to get longer and longer, and then we just need to not turn around that much. Yeah, this was just plowed last week, so we got it pretty flat when it plowed, and yeah, the fall plowed was kind of, it was harder, like the tractor bounced more, but the surface was more like fine, so it's like some good, some bad. This looks a little rougher on the surface, there's more chunks at the surface, but I think another pass and then we can seed and then roll it. I think it's gonna be good still. We'll see again this year if there is a big difference. If one half grows better than the other. We will see. Here it's a little bit less chunky, this end of the field, the soil is like better here. Here it will be very good, no problem I think. somebody's harrowing over there, I think also. Definitely when it warms up now, then everybody will go out in the fields. In general, it's probably gonna be pretty early seeding here in southern Finland at least. Like if everybody starts around May, then 1st of May, then that's kind of, I would say, on the early side. Speed. Gymnastics here while we're just sitting. Try to take a break. We can take a little break soon. Step outside a little bit and walk around. Now on this it's kind of drier because now nothing is sticking to even the small wheels on the harrow. So the surface is kind of, when you plow in the spring, the surface kind of dries faster, I would say, than the fall plow looked kind of wetter. diagonally this way, and this is definitely the longest pass we can do on any of our fields. Should check maps, but it's definitely over half a kilometer, I would say. We're gonna have a little piece there. We could do that first. Don't forget anything. I gotta check the map once the whole field is blue. Then we've done everything. But you can kind of see there's a little piece there in between. If we drive 7 kilometers per hour, it's 4.5 meters wide. We're doing like 7 times 4.5. 4 would be 428. We're doing like 3 hectares per hour, I think, with this speed. So this whole field, even though it's the biggest field, it's only gonna take like, should be under 4 hours. Or maybe 4 hours. So if we start at 12, then it should be, yeah, by 4 we should probably be done. Something like that. Still within a reasonable time. Then tomorrow we'll see, when I harrow these fields the second time, it's gonna go faster. And then we'll see if John wants to start seeding tomorrow already. Maybe could do a little bit tomorrow and then continue on Friday. steer is working great. It's not doing the super aggressive steering, just almost as I would steer myself. Try to keep it on the line, kind of not too aggressive movements. Once we're done this little piece here, we can take a little break. Then we continue with the big piece. But then we have probably done, I can check once we take a break, we can check how much we have done of this field, but my guess would be that we have done like 2.5, probably, maybe 3. barn is leaning, it's starting to lean more and more this way. It's gonna take probably, if you leave it like that, it's gonna take still years before it like completely falls down. Because I've seen other barns and they are slowly lean more and more. Of course, if you would get somehow a lot of snow on the roof and it would like stick there, then it could push it down faster, but doors have come off already and a few of the tins from the roof are coming off and slowly but surely breaking down on its own. Not too much dust on the windows yet. It's a little bit dusty here, but not bad. those doors are also starting to break apart. Yeah, time for a break. Breaky break. Harrow looks pretty clean, so we don't even need to lift that up, I think. Should be pretty good. Let's take a sip. And maybe go outside a little bit. Is there still pressure here? Seems to be. Thank you for the follows on Kik. Thank you for the follows on Twitch. To see how much battery we got left. I think this battery might be dead. Yeah, that battery is pretty much dead. It's not even charging this anymore. And I have another battery which doesn't want to charge this phone really. And then we got, how much do we have here? Oh yeah, we got 53, that's good. In the big board, this runs the stream, so this one will be going for quite a while. But then I have this battery. It also takes sunglasses probably on now, it's getting sunny. But yeah, this battery is, it's 100%, but let's see if it wants to charge this phone. Last time I did this, it did not want to charge. It starts charging and then it stops after 15 seconds. It would be nice if it would charge now. It's my newest battery, but it's maybe something has broken inside or something. Yeah, there it goes. Now it charged and it stopped and charged again. Starts again. Might be slightly annoying if it starts to recharge every 15 seconds. Maybe it's working now again. Maybe it's a cable. Maybe this cable is so good that it works. Yeah, it seems like it works now. Well, that's good news. So it might be the cable after all. Or maybe this battery is very picky with its cable. But I had this cable on the phone or on the bike also, it did not work. So this is one of those batteries like, I will work today but I won't work tomorrow. Now it's charged, now it's working. Well, that's nice. Yeah, I'll just step outside a little bit here. Walk around a little bit, stretch the legs, then we'll continue. how much we have done of this field. My guess would be like 2.5 to 3 hectares. You have to go here to over, we will see if we can adjust here. 2.65, so we've done like 25%. So we got decent chunk left still, but it's should be pretty good now since we can go just long passes here. And yeah, we've cleared the first barn. Second barn is the only thing, otherwise there's no obstacles, no rocks, nothing. Only that little barn there, that shouldn't be too much of an issue to drive around. Throttle from there, then the throttle stays, and then we'll just pick up a couple of gears. Maybe go down a little bit on the throttle. Like 1,800 RPM is probably pretty good. Then we don't need to keep it. We don't need to steer. We don't need to keep the foot on the throttle. It just goes now. We can just look back here and maybe do some adjustments on the harrow if we need to. I think it's pretty good right now. The harrow itself is not bouncing up and down. The tines might be vibrating, but that's good. As long as the whole thing doesn't jump up and down. Slightly more up the front parts even. It can hit the tops a little bit there, but I don't want to be pulling like a big lump of dirt around. Then it's just gonna use a bunch more fuel. Probably pretty good right now. passes, a few more, then the barn, and then pretty long passes all the way. At the end there's gonna be a few shorter, but this is might seem like a boring field, but it's good. Boring is good. Means less turning around, which means less fuel usage, which is like a huge deal these days. But yeah, once we do these both fields, that's already gonna be like a little over halfway. Then once we've done these two fields, that's like 14 hectares, 15 hectares. Then we have only 9 left, and that's gonna be 2 fields at the farm. One like almost 7 hectare, and then the small field. It's still charging. My battery that I thought that was dead seems to be working again. One pass up and down is almost like half a hectare right now. So it goes, in that way it goes pretty fast. now it's nice weather, nice and sunny. It's supposed to be pretty sunny now, and temps are gonna go way up in the next 2 days. Maybe 15 tomorrow and then 20 on Friday. Straight from jacket weather to t-shirt weather. Yeah, it definitely adds one pass back and forth, half hectare. So 2 times back and forth, and it's like 1 hectare. Adds up quite quickly. Don't need to, just need to turn around a few times, and then we're done a hectare. it's nice on this field. I think this is one of the best plowed fields that we've had in a long time. It's always with the plow hard to get the perfect adjustment. I think we had the 3-point top link a little bit shorter. I think the plow has earlier it's been going a little bit like this. Now the plow was more even. It's really pretty flat, so I can drive. It's not bouncy at all here when we do this now. So it was probably need to remember those adjustments and put them on next year also. Seems to have done a good job. Hello there, director. Skiing season is over. Skiing season is definitely over. It is farming season now. Spring tillage. Getting the soil ready for some seeds. Back to auto steer. We just need to very chill here now on this field. We just need to turn in the headlands, then put auto steer on, then it just goes. Just monitor the situation. See that everything is more or less working. Yeah, farming season has started. We started last week with some plowing. We plowed this field. Now we're gonna harrow it like a couple times, and then John can put some seeds in the ground here with the seeder. remember to turn so we don't go just straight over in the neighbor's field. That would be not so good. We have done like 2.5. Now I think at least if you do one more pass up and down, we've probably done like half the field, like 5 hectares. It goes fast with these long passes. The little barn. Where was the little barn? Probably somewhere here. No, you can't even tell from the dirt anymore. It's been a couple of years now since we removed. There was a tiny barn somewhere here. One less obstacle to drive around. Dusty season now. There's a decent bit of wind today also, because like the wind is supposed to die down, but you can see from the dust that there's quite a side wind here, which is kind of good that it's sideways wind and it's gonna push all the dust away, not push it on the tractor. We drive like this and the wind is like this. It's kind of good way or good direction to have the wind. But then, yeah, from tomorrow on, I think the wind is gonna die down even more. Not that it really matters when you're in a tractor, but when you're outside doing stuff, it's not nice if it's like tornado winds, or almost tornado winds. charging, I think. At least 100%. When I look here, can you see anything from this monitor? It's probably on stream, it's like a black, you can't see anything. It would need to be completely not sunny or something for you to be able to see this. This is like the auto steer monitor. It's probably just all black on stream. Too bright. On a cloudy day maybe you could see. But there's basically a field full of lines, and then when I put this on here, then the tractor follows those lines. Basically how it works. I would say we're probably very close to halfway now already. I guess this is almost the widest implement we have. I guess technically the mechanical weeder is slightly wider. But with that one we drive, maybe we drive this speed, maybe slightly slower, so those are the two fastest, so to speak. That's probably what people are interested, what's the fastest job. And the plowing was the slowest, and this is one of the fastest. Also this is easy with auto steer, and it's not that precise. Like as long as you can cover the whole field, it's like if you have some overlap, it's like fine. So this is pretty easy job. slow it down a bit. There it's gonna be very bouncy. Slow it down even more. One neighbor is doing some road tilling over there. It could work pretty well. Like it's the same as kind of spring tillage, but then you can just do basically one pass. It's kind of slow, but it's only one pass, and then you can maybe harrow once and then seed. So compared to plowing and this, it could be a little bit better. Yeah, maybe a little bit. But then you need a roto tiller. We don't have that one, so we use what we got here. At least last year it worked pretty well with this style. As long as we get rain after we put the seeds in the ground, then it should be pretty good. I think that's where the small barn was, right there. There was a little bit different colored soil there. sure the little barn was here, yeah. It was kind of between the two other barns, I think, so it might have been that patch. Slowly but surely, when you work over the ground, it's gonna like, the soil will look the same everywhere, and you can't tell where the barn was anymore. Or maybe it was there. The soil looks a little different there, I guess. Yeah, it might be that little patch right there. That looks slightly different still there. That's probably where the barn was. Mini barn, little barn. But it's pretty smooth now at least. First when we removed the rock foundation and stuff, it was kind of uneven there, but now after a few years, now it's like flat. Surface of the field is flat. But here, this might get bouncy. Might need to use foot throttle here the first couple of passes. Otherwise we might shake something loose. don't need to have the AC on today at all, I think. Tomorrow we might need to start thinking about that, or at least drop down to t-shirt. Today I can still do it with the long sleeve shirt here, I think. And a little fan on there. Little fan action. Yeah, here's where the little barn was. And so kind of see the dirt looks a little different there. Hopefully no big nails or anything here. I think we cleaned it pretty good. Or no big chunks of any kind. It's starting to break it up pretty nicely now there. There was some big lumps of grass that had grown like around the old barn. Now after a few years now they're all kind of broken apart and doesn't plug up anything anymore. We're definitely past, or maybe we're exactly half. Now we're more than halfway now. Once we fill this in, then there's maybe 3 left, maybe 3 hectares left. 3.5, yeah, something like that. Take a little break after we finish this again and see what our numbers are. too bad once you slow it down a little bit. Or anything plugging up the harrow, at least. That's nice. One year we had a bunch of those twitch grass things getting caught everywhere, but it seems like when the crop grew okay last year, then it reduced kind of the weeds also. Like the weeds had a bad year. And now there's some weeds, but not anything bad. We'll see how it looks when it grows this year, but so far it looks better than a few previous years. now it's like 2:30. Yeah, we'll get this done by 4, I think. Last barn, and it's pretty much back and forth, and then the last 3-4 passes are gonna be shorter, but shouldn't slow us down too much. not the phone. You put the auto steer on from here, and then the chat phone is for other things. You can't get the auto steer on from here. Even if you wanted. done today, then I need to try to remember before tomorrow we can check the dual wheels. Check that the chains are still tight. Sometimes when you roll a bit it can work itself loose or settle a little bit, then you need to tighten the chains so it doesn't, you don't want the wheels to start to wobble around. That's always good to check after the first day. Could have checked when I had the lunch break, but of course I forgot then. Here where the dirt is a little bit darker, you can see this is the top third of this field. This always has really good soil. There's almost no chunkies even here, even after spring plowing. The other end has more clay. But this end sometimes has, yeah, there can be some thistles here, but we'll see what it looks like this year. After this chunk is done, then there's for sure like 2.5 left. Okay, if we do this, or if we go to the other end now, take a break, then I can see. You need to shut off the auto steer to be able to look at the area you have done. It should be previously it's set up here, like there was speed and then how much you've done, but they have changed something. I don't know if you can change it back or, I don't know, this is camera and this is, I don't know what the arrow there means. Can try once we get the field done, then we can test the press on things and see what happens. Nice day. It is pretty nice here. Temp is still kind of cold, but it's sunny and it's good. It's gonna warm up also the next couple of days, and it's gonna go up to like 20 degrees. So gotta enjoy it when it's still nice and cool. full summer weather here in a couple of days. But yeah, we had many cold. The last couple of days it was around 0 during the night, and only like daily high was maybe like 5-6 degrees yesterday, which is kind of cold for this time of the year. But yeah, it's gonna change quickly here. Gonna go straight up to 20 degrees. It was already this spring. There was, I think it was already, yeah, end of March. It was already over +10 a few days. But then now lately it's been kind of cold again. But now when it goes to warm weather, I'm sure it's gonna kind of stay warm. I don't think we're gonna get really cold weather anymore. So that's why we're kind of working the fields now. Finally get rid of the minus degrees, which would probably not be the best for some crops in the field. And it's gonna like in 2 weeks you won't recognize this place. Like everything, all the trees will be green. Like the leaves are just starting to come out on the trees. In a few weeks it will be so much greener. And then also maybe 2 or 3 weeks and the fields will be green also. Change. This is always a time of the year when it changes very quickly in nature. We'll go up here, back down, then I can take a little break. Last break, then we can do the rest of the field, I think. Yeah, we didn't have, this winter again, we didn't have too much snow. So it dried up and the snow melted again really early here. Like end of March, all the snow was gone already. So it's, yeah, it's relatively dry on the fields already. giant square lakes. Yeah. Yeah, usually we have like, there's a couple of spots on the one field that usually have like a little bit of a lake in the spring, but not this year. But it's okay. As long as the moisture comes in the summer, it's good. Already next week, when we got all the seeds in the ground, then it can start to rain. The more the better, almost. Just keep it dry for 1 week here so we can get all the seeds in the ground. Oh, nice. Yeah, there is one place here not too far away that they grow like meat, like I think it's like cows or bulls or whatever, and then they do the butchering, so you can I think you can buy from that farm. I haven't bought directly from there, but it's not super common here, but you can once in a while you can find a farm that actually, yeah, they sell their own produce directly. But yeah, should buy. I think they sold like over here. You could buy like you couldn't buy really small amounts, I think, but you could buy like 20 kilos or something. Should order like 20 or 30 kilos of meat. Like that would last. That would last a long time. Like I don't eat that much meat, so should make a big order from them and then just fill up the freezer with meat. Then I would be good for like a year. I think you could order, yeah, you could order big amounts, like maybe like 50 kilos even in one batch. Then you just go with the car and trailer and pick up like a huge huge delivery. Can buy mini hay bales, $7. Oh yeah, so it's like small squares. Are they like maybe, what is like 1 meter times half a meter times 30-40 centimeters maybe? That's the same size like small squares that we used to do on the farm back in the day. Yeah, so it's the small squares, yeah. Those are easy to like move by hand, yeah. Like these days most of the farms make like big round bales, but if you have like some small animals or maybe let's say a horse, then small squares makes a lot of sense because you can move them around by hand pretty easy. Now let's take a little break here. Drink some of this if you can open it without splashing everywhere. So this is like mead. It's like sima in Finnish. I don't know if you guys drink this. It's like always on around the 1st of May. You usually drink this. It's like some sort of mead, I would say. But yeah, I would say probably pet stores, they sell smaller amounts for a higher price. Like if you buy directly from a farmer, you can probably get small squares for a lot cheaper than those small stores. Yeah, it's like mead. It looks like a pea, but it's not pea. It's like mead. Some sort of mead, I think it's in English. But it's always around 1st of May you drink this stuff. First of May is like it's like a I don't know what you would call it, like workers' celebration or something like that. But yeah. Let's see. I don't think we need to go outside. Even the harrow looked pretty good. There's not anything caught anywhere, I think. Let's see, this is charging. How is our other battery? Oh yeah, 37% there. We're good. We got enough battery for the rest of this field. Oh yeah, I should check how much we got left. We've done 6.66. Interesting number to end up at. So we have like a little under 4 left, so there's a decent chunk left. Probably like 1.5 hours, maybe 1 hour 20 minutes maybe. But yeah, interesting to end up on that number. Yeah, maybe I should go. I'm gonna go outside, walk a little bit just to stretch the legs. I'm just gonna go outside a little bit, little walk around. Leave the camera here. Not break the sunglasses. Just a little walk around. back. Yeah, the camera on the head has lost 70% of its charge, but it's like charging, but it's charging slower than what it's draining. But we have also been streaming for like 6 or 7 hours, so it should last for the rest of the field here. But yeah, let's roll on. Throttle, so don't need to keep the foot on the pedal even. Yeah, as long as everything runs out of battery at roughly the same time, it's fine. But if like the camera runs out but everything else has battery, then it's not good, because it doesn't really matter if everything else has charge. If one part is dead, then it doesn't work anymore. But yeah, it should be good now should be good for the stream. Oh yeah, that would mean like snow is white on the roof and the whatever Christmas guy, Santa Claus or something like that, is not sleeping. Or Santa's helper or whatever you would call it. But yeah, it's I can understand it, yeah. Something like that, I would say the translation would probably be. Something about Christmas or something like that. not that many birds. There's some birds on this field yet, but in the morning there was more. I think when other people have started also the birds have like spread out a bit. There's quite a few farmers doing tillage right now. More worms available than the birds can handle. Yeah, sometimes you have like a lot of birds and then sometimes quite a bit of birds. But there's always a little bit of birds for sure. This morning there was also quite a bit of follower birds. Now they have gone somewhere else, I think. Or maybe they ate so much that they can't follow anymore. They physically can't follow. Like here's a couple of smaller birds. They ate so much that they can't follow anymore. The birds got food coma. Yeah, I have not planted anything in the garden yet. But that's at some point when I have time from the field work, then I can do the garden also a little bit. I guess I have 4 potatoes planted in the greenhouse, but that's all so far. Now when it gets warmer, I think I can do more stuff in the garden also. I mean, guinea pigs, they might be fine. They should be fine. Like even with normal pigs, I think it's kind of a misconception that they're always like dirty. If they can be outside and everything, or like have like room to move around, they're actually not like too stinky. So it's probably sure with like the same thing with guinea pigs. Probably not a big difference between them and, let's say, cows or something. yeah, clean enough to be pets. Yeah, I wouldn't. When I was a kid, I didn't go around and kiss cows either. Probably not the best thing to do. Yeah, I wouldn't kiss a cat or a dog either. It's enough if you can pet them. That's kind of where I draw the line. Like, you can do whatever you want, but petting is fine, but not anything more really. Yeah, it depends. The cats, we've had a few cats at the farm, and there's definitely like a difference. Like, some cats smell more than others. It's like, I guess they're similar to like humans or whatever else. Like, there is different individuals have like different smells. Kinda makes sense. Yeah, I don't know about the pigs, but at least dogs, like, they go around and mark their territory. I think even cats do that a little bit. So I don't know about, I don't think pigs do that, so they might actually be like kind of less smelly in that regard than cats and dogs. Because yeah, I don't know if pigs, if pigs like mark their territory. Cats and dogs definitely do. It's the same thing as, yeah, many birds also. They like to hide, or not all birds, but some birds. There's like a few that they can't even fly almost. they really like to like hide, and they have almost no snow. They can have some sound, but try to hide in the grass. Then again, at the other end, you have the pheasants. Those birds, they're not quiet. They do not try to hide. Goddamn pheasants. They're like, how can I be as loud and visible as possible? Even when they see a car or like a big car, they're like, my road. I'm standing in the middle of the road. This is my road now. Damn pheasants. And yeah, if you walk on a road, there's a pheasant, then they can definitely just start attacking you, basically. So the pheasants are like probably more dangerous than a moose or something. Like the pheasants, when they see something, they're like, no, my area. You're 10 times bigger, doesn't matter. I'm a pheasant. Like when you see a pheasant on the road and you come with the car, you can't expect the bird to go away. Like the pheasant, it will just stand in the middle of the road, just looking at you. You move, I'm not moving. Probably the most crazy bird around here. Damn pheasants. Yeah, they definitely have balls of steel. Or maybe they're just so dumb that they're like, nope, my place. There's one neighbor already putting seeds in the ground. buy a small plot of land and farm it. Yeah, I don't know. Here in Finland there is especially around cities, then you can buy these like really small plots of land. Like it's basically you I don't know if you buy or if you rent like a small piece of a garden, and then you can like do whatever you want there. I don't know if that's a thing in other places, but at least near cities here it's like they always have this like, maybe it's like 1 hectare or something, and then it's divided into these really small plots, and then people can rent or buy like a little piece. So yeah, I don't know if other places do that, but here in Finland we definitely have that. And then people who, even if you live in a city, like in the city center, then you can go a little bit outside the city and do a little bit of farming if you want. But yeah, I have no idea what the price level is of those. It could be quite high maybe. I don't know. Maybe not so high. Everything is so expensive now, even plots of land have gone way up. Yeah, like that's true. Everything is expensive for sure. Especially in farming, yeah, all the, like when the fuel is so much more expensive now, it's really not nice. I already feel like a lot of pain when we have to, at some point soon, we have to buy more fuel to the farm. It's gonna be not so fun. Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know, interesting. Well, it's kind of interesting times, but it's also kind of shocking time we're living in. It's gonna be, next winter is gonna be very interesting, because I think there could be some like food shortages and stuff, I think, in stores. Because at least I've heard a few farmers that are gonna like grow less this year, just because the fuel price and everything is so high. So you have to, yeah, it might be better to just try to grow a little bit less maybe this year. But yeah, we'll see what happens. now it's not that much, just a little bit left. We've done a bunch. Now there's maybe 2 hectares left. Yeah, I've been pretty lucky in the garden, like no major damage. I had one year where I think some bird ate the strawberries. That was one year. And then there was the other year where I had potatoes, and then the next day I did not have any potatoes. Because yeah, we had some wild boars that came in, and it was one day no tracks, next day all potatoes gone. But that only happened like one year also. Like last year I had no problems with the potatoes. So it's kind of depends on the wild boars. If they find your potatoes, then they will eat everything. Because if they're always in a pack, and when you get 10 of them, then if you have like even like 100 potato plants, they're just gonna eat everything. But yeah, not any huge damage in the garden. Sometimes a little bit maybe here. But yeah, greenhouse could be good. I'm also like earlier this spring we built a greenhouse. So that's the new for this year in the garden. I got a greenhouse. We'll see what we can grow there. Maybe I'm trying to grow probably tomatoes, watermelons, corn, something like that. I will try to grow in the greenhouse, I think. We'll see how that works. It's the first time ever that I've had a greenhouse, so it's kind of trial and error. But it should work. We will see over the summer what happens. Yeah. Yeah, that's almost, it's the same thing with some of the birds here in the fields. They put the eggs right now, like in the field, and then it's very hard to see where the nest is. And then I might try and run over some eggs. But I spotted one place earlier today, and then I can drive like around it. So we saved at least one bird nest today, I think. Might have run over a couple others because it's very hard to spot them, but at least a couple of eggs got saved. Just need to tell the birds that they can put their nests on the edge of the field. There we won't touch them. Loose here part of the city. There are so many rabbits outdoors, don't look like wild hares. Yeah, we got the same, they call them the city rabbits in Finland. When there's like these rabbits in the city rabbits. That's a thing here also. I don't know if it's is it an own species already, or is it just some normal rabbit? Yeah, they probably find like some food in trash bins or something. Because even here in Finland the winters are pretty cold, so you would think they would not survive, but apparently they do. And once you get a few of them that survive, then they're gonna multiply like crazy. tractor streams, just the ambient noise. Yeah, it's pretty. And this tractor is better than the older one. Is kind of loud, I would say, probably on stream. But this tractor isn't super loud. Like I don't need hearing protection. I can talk pretty normally. But I guess you can still probably hear the tractor. So with this one it's okay. The older ones it might be a little loud, but this should be pretty okay-ish. Some tractor sounds, but not too much. And yeah, all things considered, tractor streams are maybe they're a decent part of the stream, but yeah, most of the time when we stream we probably do something else than drive tractor actually. But yeah, for the next week here it will be mostly tractor driving. Time to get all the seeds put in the ground. Windshield a little bit dusty, a little bit. Not super dusty yet, but a little bit. But yeah, we will, once we get the fields done, then I have more new areas planned. There's gonna be more bike streams, more exploration streams. Gonna go to new places where I have never been before. That's a goal for every summer, to go explore some new places. Don't even have to go that far away from the farm. Then I can find like areas and roads where I've never been before. It's kind of crazy to think about it, that been a long time at the farm, but then still if I go like maybe 15 kilometers in some certain direction, then there are some roads that I've never been on. It's kind of crazy, like so close, but still you know nothing about the area. There is so much to explore. But yeah, we'll see what we figure out this summer. Probably I have a few places planned, but we will see. See what nice areas we can find to explore. But yeah, there's no shortage of places to visit. Just here in Finland, like so many places I want to visit. But yeah, this corner is much better now. John was here with the other tractor and pushed some dirt back to the corner. That was the one corner I always say that it's in such a bad shape when the corner goes down so far, but now it's much better when John was here and pushed some dirt in the corner. Now the corner is much more like flat. Before it went like down. It felt like you were going down to China when you went down to the corner. Kind of a small thing, but it's much better now. John fixed that up nicely. But yeah, now we don't have much left. Probably 20 minutes, 30 minutes maybe. I don't see any smoke anywhere. It's again, we got, like last Sunday we actually got 5 centimeters of snow, which was crazy. But now it's again, it's been really windy, so now the dead grass from last year is again really dry, so could be very easy to get like a grass fire or like even like a forest fire. But yeah, I don't see any smoke anywhere, so that's always good. Almost need to be careful with the tractor, even if if you have something that's producing sparks or something on a tractor, then when you drive close to the edge of the field, there's like a bunch of dead grass there. It could start to burn very easily. But yeah, nothing. No fires detected, which is good. And there was already last week, there was a bunch of like, there's like a map you can look at online where you can see all the places where like emergency people were called to, like ambulances or firefighters or police or anything. Then there's like a map where it says where all the emergencies were, like roughly. And then there was last week, there was a bunch of like fire, where small fires had started. But yeah, no, I don't think there was any like super big fire anywhere, but some smaller fires. And now when the dry weather continues, it can continue to be kind of dangerous. Until we get like a more proper rain. Bird, do you have a nest? That's the bird type that usually have the nest in the field. Don't see anything. Hopefully those are the birds that had their nest on the other field there. Pile of grass. We'll try to even that out when we come the last pass down. Around the edges there might be some places where it wants to plug up with a lot of grass. There's a little pile there, but otherwise I think when we went around the first lap, there wasn't too much of that stuff. Not too much of big piles. And now it's getting shorter and shorter. Now there's not much left at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5, 6 passes, but the last ones are very short. just a little bit left. There, no, just crapping. You would think that the birds would maybe learn, like if their nest gets run over one year, then maybe they would learn and put the, but they're like, maybe they think like they put it in a different spot on a field and they think they're like safe. So like some birds are pretty smart, so you would think they would, maybe if they can learn that there's worms behind the tractor, maybe they would try to put the nest in the edge of the field. I guess there's grass, they don't really like to put the nest in grass, I guess, so maybe that's stopping them. Smart, but not that smart. Now there's maybe half a hectare, nah, not even half a hectare left. It's always when you do a wedge like this, it's and in the end it like goes to zero very fast. This is probably 0.3 hectares maybe left. Not much. According to this, like 5 passes. 3 times this way, 2 times up, or maybe it's 6 passes. So up, down, up, down, up, down, and we end here. Okay, but then we'll just do 1 extra pass down there and leave the field. You can see we did 1 pass at the edge in the beginning, but that's already dried up completely. You can't see that at all anymore. I'm sure the humidity in the air is pretty damn low. Usually almost always is this time of the year. See if it did charge, but it kind of stopped again. We'll see if it now when the phone is a little bit lower. 82. Let's see if it stays charging now. Couple of seagulls are back. Steven Seagulls and friend. Steven Seagulls and friends. That sounds like a band name. Yeah, they're swooping in large numbers now. Seagulls. it seems like this field took about 4 hours, which is pretty good. It's 10 hectares, so we did probably like 2.5 hectares per hour, brakes and turning and everything included. The second pass we can drive a little bit faster, so then it's gonna be under 4 hours. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Couple of really short passes and then we're good. Up and down. This headland is good, no need to do anything extra here. Let's do one more pass and then go back down. Whoops. Meant to kick it a little bit lower, not completely stop. Yeah, that's about it for this field. Right to the other end, maybe do one pass there. Could be some little bit rough stuff there. Just gonna shut off the record here already. Pretty much done. Done with the auto steer at least. Couple places where there was some grass, man. We'll see if we need to lift over it or if we can kind of not collect piles. A big pile somewhere over there. Try to flatten that out. be pretty much first pass on this field. It's pretty good for the first pass. A little chunky here where the clay is more, but second pass, and then when you seed it also, the seeder has like a roller behind, so it will flatten it pretty good, I think. Then we're also gonna run just the roller over it. That will roll it even more. Try to pull some dirt in this right here so it's not so bumpy when you get off the field. There's also a big rock there. Just like that, pull some dirt into that place. Lift those back up. And probably lift the whole thing up. Flip the wings up, see if there's anything stuck, clean it a bit. Not too many weeds stuck there, a little bit. And go outside, do a little cleanup. Take a little sip again. Little break, then we'll go head out. Though, can I go around the wheelie? I can. Almost locked myself in. This camera is at 11% now. It is charging all the time, but it's draining faster than it's charging. But it's okay, it's okay. We got 4-wheel drive, we can take off, we can exit this, probably even shut this down, and then just head out, I guess. Head on out. It's that feather. Yeah, big feather. Thought it was something else first. Pretty close there. Let the guy with the car go first here. I'm kind of taking up the whole road even here, so car could probably pass us here, but we'll have to drive like this at the very edge then. Luckily we got all the fields here pretty close, so no need to do some major road haulage. places on the road you can see where the birds have been shitting right there. Keep it on the fields, please. Then we can service the tractor a bit before tomorrow if we need. Yeah, we need to check everything maybe. See if there's some stuff that needs to be done. Harrow can be, yeah, we might need to grease something on the harrow or check at least. Check that everything is good on the harrow. But yeah, for the stream's sake, I think the camera on the head is basically dead, so might be just as well to end it here. Then I'll charge up everything. I need to charge up. Well, it's good if this one is charging now. But I need to charge up all the batteries for tomorrow. That's still 72%, that's good. There it kind of started to charge again. Maybe the ports are loose. But yeah, thanks for watching today. There will be a bunch more tomorrow and next coming days. So yeah, see you next time. Bye bye.
Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fire. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 hauls as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 at the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Red tractors in the pine. Jack keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. The weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talking my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah, the weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massive 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the bottom